Testing 1, 2, 3.
David, on the live we do have a what do you call volume, but it's like very, very, very low.
On this Zoom or on the YouTube? Fuck, this music's terrible.
Specifically your output, you gotta go to settings, you gotta go to audio, and this right here is really default like this. And you think, okay, default makes sense, right? No, it doesn't. You have to match
Which one?
audio to whatever the speaker is right here. You hit apply, hit okay, and it'll work. I guarantee you just heard it. So I was having a problem with my mic was picking me up, but desktop audio for whatever reason was not happening. This happened particularly after I updated.
Figure out what we're doing here.
Hmm. This is really tough.
What seems to be the problem?
Yep.
And I'll show you guys a step by step. Guys, before I started it, was set here.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. All right. All right, good. Yeah. All right, finally, that's good. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Team FXG. All right. Let's go through the chart. So, don't be using the Trading View, Jake, at the moment until your internet's fixed. Okay. So just log out of that. Thanks, buddy.
I'll just use Sniper for now.
Yeah.
Cool. It should be getting good tomorrow. So
Yeah, perfect. Then we'll use it. All right. Let's roll through. All right. We're going to roll through here. First things first, we need to identify fundamentals. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. We can have the music on for a little bit right now.
say less. If it's less than a check, say less. If you can say it best, say less. I'm taking all best, say less. Talking too much, say less. If it's less than a check, say less. If you can say it best, say less. I'm taking all best, say less. I don't wanna run, I can never be you. Little me tools, no, I can't be fooled. Little me tools, no, I hate these dudes. I don't wanna run, I can never be you. Anything you could do, I could do.
All right.
I can do better than you. Anything you could do, I could do better.
So we got Bitcoin at a positive 5.8, pretty standard at the moment. Aussie's at a positive 2.1. CAD is at a negative 0.8. Okay, CAD seeing strength. Aussie's seeing some more strength as well. Pound seeing continued strength, I think, because you guys have a ton of vaccines rolling out. Okay, Kiwi's at a negative 0.7 from yesterday, negative 1.5, so gaining some strength again. I think it just hit an area of sell sensitivity. Swiss franc's at a negative 1.7. Okay, that is weaker than what it is today. Again, safe haven asset and seeing some weakness, showing that some strength. Excuse me, showing that nope, weakness. Wait, nope. Yep, weakness, showing us that liquidity is leaving. Yen's at a negative 2. I need to do some more research on the yen. Euro's at a negative 2.2. Gold's at a negative 2.7. USD at a negative 3.9. All for the reasons we know. Okay, so now let's go check out the news. Let's do that. Good morning, Tom. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
What do you use for news, David? What was that one that you said that you liked yesterday?
I use Barron's.
Barron's, that's the one.
I use Bloomberg and
I knew that there was another one.
okay. Morning, Hector. Okay. Inauguration day for Biden.
Is he coming tomorrow?
Today, your time, your tomorrow, mine today. U.S. stocks seeing increase because of Yellen, Biden. Okay. Trump grants last hour clemency. I don't get pardons at all, you know. It's like it's like what is a pardon? Like you do something illegal, but as long as your buddy's with the president, you're gonna be all right with it, you know?
Basically. It looks like houses in London are still soaring. Even though
The detached market?
You are?
Yeah, Tom's like they're bullshit. Yeah, pardons are bullshit. The detached market is soaring. Housing or condos?
Past 500,000.
Hmm.
More than double the national level in London.
Shit.
That's pretty classy for London.
Huh.
I didn't believe this.
Sorry, buddy.
Is it a nicotine one or just a flavored one?
Just a flavored. It's actually got nothing in there. It's actually flavored water type.
Alright,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, I didn't really have it down as a smoker, to be honest. That's why I was a bit surprised when I saw it, because people usually use them, for quitting smoking. Well, especially here anyway.
Honestly, I never really smoked. I just kind of enjoy the the act of it, I should say. I've actually never had an actual cigarette in my life.
Really?
Yeah. I just had I've had nicotine in other ways. I've tried that, but like in chewing tobacco when I was younger, but I really did not like it.
I can't imagine chewing tobacco.
Yeah, it's popular here in North America, so when you're a kid, you know, but it's gross.
Right. Yeah, hasn't that been the best?
No, yeah. I don't know why.
Canadian inflation slowed to 0.7 in December.
Yeah, Inflation's down for sure. For Canadian dollar guide, football great decision. Netflix jumped, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had good earnings.
Have a look at my platform. I don't really look at stocks daily. I buy them and they're at a good price, and then I just leave them. I'm not really into Netflix though.
What are you into?
I've shown you my my stocks. Oh, wow, yeah, that is a big jump. So you know I've got Apple, Tesla.
Oh no, I'm talking about like sorry, I thought you meant like you actually don't watch Netflix.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't watch Netflix. That's odd. What do you watch then? What do you do?
Honestly, I trade, I go to the gym, and or train at home, and then just really TV.
Love it.
Or when I can, going out. I'm not really. Yeah, I couldn't think of anything worse than sitting down and watching a film. Like, I would rather do something. I'm very active. I have to be doing things.
That's good. That's the way you should be.
Yeah, like when people are furloughed, when I'm talking to people, they're like, "Oh yeah, I've like watched like 15 series." I'm like, I couldn't think of anything worse than sitting down and watching a series. I could not do it. I would get restless. I'd be like, right, we go out and do something now.
I hear you. My wife's biggest complaint is that she can never watch a show with me because I never finish. I always give it like 2 minutes and then I'm bored of it.
Yeah, literally. Or I'm like, right, can we like go and do something? Can we go for a drive? Can we just go on a walk? Like, I'd rather be out in the countryside than sat at home watching a film. Like,
There we go.
that's just me.
No, I love it. I love it. You're absolutely right.
What do you think about Neo?
We'll go. I'm gonna go through that all in a sec. I'm just going through the, just looking at all the news, scraping the market. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, do you know you're talking about Alibaba yesterday?
Yeah.
Says Bloomberg, Jack Ma emerges for the first time since Alibaba crackdown, so he's shown his face finally.
Yeah, because China finally told him to come out and show his face. This live session was a hit. We had 130 new subscribers yesterday
Really?
on YouTube.
There we go. Did we have audio on that? We did, didn't we?
Yeah, we have audio here now too. All right. Let's scroll through here. All right, sharing my screen. We're going to start with Euro USD. All right, so so the euro is currently at a negative 2.2. Probably going to see some more sell pressure as the dollar USD is going to rise, right? So I actually think that price is eventually going to make its way to break beneath what was support, now what will be new resistance, aka this higher time from downtrend. I think we will see some sell pressure here to the downside. At the moment, we're not looking at anything because it's just really ugly, right? There's nothing there for us until price breaks. So,
Even from a lower time frame.
yeah.
I mean, it might make a double bottom. But, we'll just have to see what fundamentals are.
Exactly. Jake, I'm gonna need you to talk a little louder, buddy. Okay, so Euro USD. All right, Euro CAD. Okay, so we know that the euro is going to weaken as we expect the USD to rise. We know that the CAD is seeing strength because we know that OPEC Plus is consistently announcing they're reducing inventory. Also, Saudi Arabia announced that they're reducing inventory. Biden situation, just overall positive outlook. So we're going to see strength in the CAD, weakness in the euro. We're going to look for an entry here once price breaks this weekly zone back to the downside. So we're going to look for push, exhaustion, continuational push here.
Tom said we kill the music and mess with the sound.
All right. Okay, by the way, for those of you watching in terms of members of the team, this is not our live session yet. This is our pre-trading. All right. So we're going to wait push exhaustion. We're going to be looking to the downside here on EuroCAD, okay?
Yeah, I've got that. It hasn't done much separation yet. We are seeing sell pressure though, so that's good.
Same with the Euro Aussie, right? Again, weakness in the euro. We're going to see strength in the Australian dollar.
Everything with the euro, to be honest. Yeah, same with the euro as it.
Okay, so where I would see an entry here is price breaking previous low, push, exhaustion, potential entry to the downside.
Yeah.
Still too early here. Euro, Swiss franc. Swiss franc's tough, okay? Because we're seeing negativity one day, strength the next. I would say we stay out of this. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with currencies that are kind of bouncing from the negative to the positive. It's just not worth it.
Look at the weakness. Look at the weakness in the euro. Hey.
I know.
You have price make a stop hunt and then another stop hunt, right? Push, exhaustion without price action confirmation, entry confirmation.
Mental.
Then another stop hunt to the downside, just complete euro shifting in strength. So we know that we're no longer going up. We know that there's no entry to the upside here. So I don't know, maybe we see an exhaustion, potential entry to the downside, but I don't like the fact that euro yen has not been respecting this lower area of sensitivity. It's showing very little respect to it, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Euro ends at B now. 1 second, let me catch up. Cool.
Euro Kiwi again.
Yeah, complete weakness in the euro again.
Again, weakness in the euro. Kiwi is showing.
Weakness in the Kiwi yesterday, didn't we? It's rebounded a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah, the New Zealand dollar is at a 0.7, whereas yesterday it was at a negative 1.5.
Yeah, so again, when things are moving like that, I'm not really interested.
Yeah. We may see some sort of lower time frame entry here if we can see a movement like this. So we're going to keep Euro Kiwi on the books.
I'll put that on my watch list. 1 second. Yeah. I'll keep my eye on that.
All right, Aussie CAD. Okay, so important to understand that the CAD's gaining strength, okay? So any entry to the upside right now is on hold. Okay, again, take a look at this, right? Price should have already found additional buy pressure for that move.
Yeah.
Like we've had 1, 2, 3 tests after breaking this downtrend to the upside and also above area sensitivity. Of course, it's seeing sell pressure because it's its monthly zone. However, it's just confirming again how there's no real
It just doesn't have the pressure, does it, to break and make its way to the upside. So
yeah.
I had a potential analysis for push, breaking, exhaustion, then continuational, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Play out. It's interesting because you have, obviously we have fundamental strength in the Australian dollar compared to the USD. However, the USD is gaining strength, right? So you also have inauguration coming up today.
I mean,
What happened to our mid-range?
High highs on the lower time frame.
I accidentally must have deleted the mid-range. Okay, so is the screen frozen for everybody or just Adam?
Mine's fine. Mine froze for like 30 seconds and it updated itself. So
Here, let me stop the screen and then I'll share again. I'll stop and share again.
And my internet's probably the worst.
All right, so
I would look for previous high.
I'm not looking for an entry to the downside. We're definitely not looking for an entry to the downside. I'm just trying to. I don't know if we would have found an entry here on the previous high here to retest previous high. I don't think price would have. I mean, if we look, here's the first contact, impulse to the downside. However, price out of like the deeper test.
Yeah, I would have liked it at the base of things there.
Yeah, so I don't think we wouldn't have found an entry there anyways. All right, so Aussie USD price is going to be in consolidation by this mid-range zone for quite some time until there is, because the Aussie is seeing strength, but the USD is seeing strength right now. There's going to be liquidation from other currencies and money going into the USD. So that'll be interesting. We'll keep our eye on this one.
Yeah, I mean, with the presidency and everything, it's probably again just not even worth the risk.
No, not right now.
Probably wait till everything settles down a bit.
Correct, yeah. All right, Aussie pound. All right, price made its way to its daily mid-range zone, testing its mid-range zone. If it breaks to the upside, it's got free range. Pound is also gaining some strength, though. The reason why you guys are getting some strength is because of the vaccine rollout. You guys are rolling out vaccines at really nice numbers. So let's clear all this shit up here. Okay. Now, let's take a look at price action quickly. Bullish engulfing candle, right? Or bullish candle close, I guess. What's important about this candle close is it broke previous high. Problem is now buy sensitivity. This after the push to the upside, there's exhaustion, right? Exhaustion did not complete at previous high. We're now trading below again. So even if price breaks this downtrend to the upside, we're going to see sell pressure here.
Yeah.
So I would need price to break above. We would need something like this. Push, exhaustion, potential continuational push for a lower.
Separation.
Yeah, we may even have a lower time frame entry to previous high if we get that break, and then we'll look for that higher time frame entry.
Yeah, I'll put that on my wait. I think that's already on my watch list. Yeah, it is for a potential lower time frame.
Okay, great. Great.
Also got Australian dollar against the New Zealand dollar coming back to double confirmation.
Great. Okay, Aussie yen. Okay, Australian dollar. We know lots of strength. Yen. I need to figure out what the fuck why the yen is seeing so much weakness. But we know it is, okay? So we have it today labeled at a negative 2.0. So, okay, push, exhaustion. We're looking for that continuational push. All right. So, okay, Aussie yen yesterday was at 2.7. Today it's at a 2, meaning it's gaining a slight amount of strength. However, the Australian dollar gained strength as well. We may have a lower time frame entry to previous high here. What do you think?
I would like more separation from the other previous high. At the moment, it's just really tested and it's just coming back. I would like it for more separation, then come back, and then continuational.
So let's make sure our lower zone is identified properly. Okay.
It's just like
it's
not that appealing to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
At the moment, I mean, it could prove me wrong in like tomorrow or something if it does have an impulse move to the upside, but
yeah, potential break, exhaustion potentially. But you're right. There's just testing previous high here.
Yeah.
So
I would really
and there's
like
also no price action confirmation. There's a lot of sell pressure at every point. Yeah, we'll keep that on the burner right now. Aussie Kiwi, we know the Australian dollar's got strength. Okay. Here's that push. Okay, we have that push. We're now waiting for potential exhaustion here. All right.
Now this is the most appealing one to me.
Yeah. So we're gonna find an entry here, I think. Now, do we know why the New Zealand dollar had weakness recently? Like, why was it recently? I need to figure it out. But why was it recently?
I mean, New Zealand and Australia, they're pretty much back to normal. The only thing that I can think of is probably trade, because the rest of the world isn't. But I have no idea why there was no significant news for the New Zealand dollar to be weak.
Yeah.
Just is the way the world is at the moment. Can't really think of anything logically that could do that.
So this is price action confirmation on the 4H.
Definitely.
We know that price is seeing, however, price is yet to break. As you can see, previous high, this is still a pin, right? So we know that there's exhaustion here coming. But I do want to make sure we know that this is a significant area of sensitivity, right? We can see a lot of sell pressure here with the two pins, okay? So here's price action confirmation. However, look at the sell pressure here. Let's see how price action looks. We'll keep our eye on this. We'll see how strong exhaustion is. We'll see what price action does when it makes contact with its uptrend. Okay.
There's still a lot to go wrong, but this is the only one that I'm probably interested in that we've seen so far.
Yeah, agree. You see, this is a really bad one to be in because you have two USD CAD, you have two pairs that are gaining strength. So
yeah, I mean, I saw the bearish engulfing on the 1 hour. I was contemplating it, and then I was just like, no.
yeah, I think USD should see some strength against the yen. However, we are seeing nothing special here in terms of price action. Nothing nice at all. So at the moment, until we see some good flow, we're going to stay out.
I don't really trade US dollar.
Yeah, you shouldn't. It's not a good pair to trade.
And US dollar Swiss.
I mean, it's not that it's not a good pair to trade. What I'm trying to say is there's less entry opportunities on that pair than there is others. Right?
Yeah, close.
Okay. So higher time frame entry. Price is making its way to TP2. I'm looking for higher time frame. I don't know if we have separation for our higher time frame entry yet. But this
On the lower time frame, blue one.
yeah, I'm talking about higher time frame. Okay. We'll see how price reacts.
Look at that.
Okay. Yeah, so the Canadian dollar is just seeing a tremendous amount of strength right now. And clearly it wants to come back for free range.
Yeah, so got separation, exhaustion, continuation.
Yeah, exactly.
Range to monthly.
Yeah, put that on the books as well.
I'll put that on my. I'll do analysis on that.
Just too much going on here. USD is going to strengthen. Okay, we know that that was a win for those of you who entered. However, I did not enter this one. Okay. Impulse move off our monthly time frame. However, now the USD is getting some strength. So I think we will see continuation move to the downside, but I'm not really attracted to this pair.
That's not the best. Like just seeing how prices moved the past week or so, there's nothing really concrete.
Now, if pound was still strong, I mean, technically it is stronger than the USD at the moment, but I know that the long-term direction is going to be tough, but it would be nice to get a retest of previous high, but because of USD strength, I don't think we're going to get that.
We'll just have to see, won't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I can put it down, keep my eye on it.
They're definitely the biggest risk right now is the strength of the USD in terms of change in direction. We have a situation where the market's pricing in the strength in the USD, and liquidation is going to happen from other assets. George is asking if price action confirmation 4H entry confirmation equals price action in the lower time frame 1H. If price action confirmation 4 hour, entry confirmation equals price action confirmation lower time. So, George, entry here. Let's go. What was the pair that we were interested in? Was it Kiwi? No, it was CAD Yen maybe. No, it was Aussie Kiwi. Yeah. Okay, so George, price action confirmation we find on the 4 hour time frame. Price action confirmation would be price action, so like a bullish engulfing candle. Let me share my screen. So like a bullish engulfing candle or a significant pin bar on the 4 hour time frame. So here at price action, at what I should say is at area sensitivity. So here you can see a bullish engulfing candle at area sensitivity. It's not like this bullish engulfing candle happened here in no man's land, right? So that's price action confirmation. The reason why price action confirmation is not entry confirmation is because this move on the lower time frame is a push because price broke the previous candle's high, right? So when we take it to the 1H time frame, we know that this is a push to the upside because price broke previous high. What's after a push to the upside? Exhaustion to the downside. That's why you don't want to enter at the close of a bullish engulfing candle, because you know that after there's going to be an exhaustion, because a bullish engulfing candle in its own right is a push on the lower time frame. So price action confirmation is different than entry confirmation, because after price action confirmation, you'll see usually an exhaustion, in this case to the downside. And then we're now looking for entry confirmation, which is that second injection of buy pressure. So This is a strong exhaustion, so we would require double confirmation in this scenario. But if exhaustion is weaker, we would require, just a bullish engulfing candle on the 1 hour time frame, or a bullish or a significant pin bar. Now, what's a significant pin bar, right? It would be like something like this, like the other way around. Obviously, if we were looking long, this would be a significant pin bar to the upside if it was bullish and opposite, right? So here you have a bullish engulfing candle. That's price action confirmation. If you had a pin bar like this, other way around, but bullish, you see significant wick. That would be price action confirmation, but not entry confirmation. So now we're looking for entry confirmation on the 1 hour time frame to confirm a second injection of buy pressure. All right, so hopefully that made sense. Entry confirmation on the 4H, price action confirmation on the 4H, entry confirmation on the 1H. Yeah. All right, let's put some music on now. Just going to do a couple prep things before we have our FXG Live. FXG Live is going to be going, we're going to have our live session in 50 minutes. Of course, all of you are welcome to hang out. That's the whole point of this thing, is just to hang out with us. Jake's available for questions as well. If you have any questions for Jake, please ask as well. That's what he's here for.
We can add these to my watch list that we've got down.
Yeah.
Cool. Bear with me.
Hope everybody's doing well. I'm going to put on the kettle. Time to get some coffee on the cook. You know what I mean? A little bit of a morning coffee kick. All right.
I'm just replying to some of your messages, guys. One second. Yeah, George, for the currency strength, there is an option to have the overall strength. I have it on the medium term at the moment because I'm a lower time frame trader, but soon we'll have it on the FXG platform. I'll ask David how you edit it because I don't know how to edit it either. Cool. Right, so how? We will be doing one-on-one sessions. I'll probably be able to do them after tomorrow. And yeah, David will probably announce it. But at the moment, I'll be doing one-on-one sessions from 12 o'clock my time for about 2 p.m. But that will all be updated, and you'll be all told about it. And you'll be able to like look on and book a time slot and everything. So yeah.
Hey, Jake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
All right. What's the time now at your side?
My time's UK time, so it's 3:15 in the afternoon.
Okay, now it's 5 at the moment now. 5
Okay,
o'clock afternoon.
So, are you working?
Yeah, I am. I'm a part-time worker, part-time student, you see.
Oh, cool, bro. What are you studying?
I'm studying accounting at the moment.
Nice. So, would it probably be best for you to do it after work? Because I can do it when you finish. Like, I don't mind doing it later.
All right. No, I would prefer like around 6 to 7 o'clock at night.
That's fine. So
Yeah.
like an hour. So probably after the FXG live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm like personally looking for is, because I know all the main concept, finding the high time frame, low time frame, the high and lows, the middles. Just what I'm struggling with at the moment right now is entry position. You see, can't identify way I know way to enter it, but not the right time. The time slot.
So
That's what I'm.
price action and entry confirmation, basically.
Yes.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, we can do that. I'll ask David about the one-on-one sessions, but yeah, we can definitely go through that, bro. And then I think that there'll be a workshop on that one, because that's a pretty common one, and it's quite a hard one to get down.
Yeah.
But yeah, what time is it in UK? It's 15:19. Yeah, it's the same here. To George, 15:18 in fact, yeah. But yes, I will keep in touch with you, and then we'll get something sorted. Alright,
Thank you very much, bro.
no worries. I'm just gonna write down what you want. So price, action, and entry. Yeah, I think that's what really helps with that, and what helped me, this is just me personally, on the weekends and whenever you've got free time, to literally go over the past successful trades or past losers and learn, and then look at price action and get very, very particular with your entries. And even if you was right, if you made money, think, right, was I actually right or was I actually wrong here? Was there price action, and was there proper entry? Was it a proper engulfing candle? Was it a proper significant pin bar? But yeah, we'll go through that. I've got some techniques that I use that hopefully you can use too.
All right, sure. Thanks, bro.
No worries, bro.
All right. So it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon on your guys' side, right? At the UK.
On my side, yeah, it's 3:20.
Well, now we're in at the midst of summer, so it kind of looks like 3, but it's actually close to 5:30.
George, I'm using the average. So let's take a look at Aussie Kiwi for a sec. Look at this reaction, right? Remember, what did we say here on the 4H time frame? Look at where previous high is of the previous candle. Price is finding sensitivity there, which is also why it's super significant, right? So price action confirmation. All right, we are starting to see buy pressure enter. That does not mean anything. We're still 40 minutes away from candle close. But why are we seeing critical thinking for the team? Why are we seeing this sensitivity happen right now, even if candle doesn't close this way? What's happening? Buy limit orders, market orders. There's area of sensitivity here, right? Which is why you're seeing buy pressure. When I talk about battle, you can really see that when price action is moving, right? Look at buy pressures pushing sell pressures pushing back. So we don't take into account this candle until it's closed. But I want you to watch Aussie Kiwi on the 1 hour time frame and watch the battle between buy pressure and sell pressure at area of sensitivity. Okay, start to watch this flow and this movement and how things come about. Okay, now price could easily close as a significant candle, but you are seeing that buy sensitivity come in now because Jake, I think we're gonna have to wait for double confirmation on this one. We have two significant candles to the downside, pretty strong exhaustion, obviously fueled by previous high. So I'm gonna like to see. We're probably gonna end up seeing something like this, and we're gonna look for entry somewhere here.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't go that way. Maybe it just goes half the way and comes back down, but we're going to have to see an impulse to the upside and a retest with the second injection of buy pressure.
Yeah, that will probably happen. It is going to happen.
Yeah.
Probably in the morning, my time.
Yeah.
At the London Open, probably.
How's everybody doing? How's the team doing? What's everybody up to? Maybe you guys can show us where where you live, your office, your store. I know Sahal's got his furniture shop out in South Africa.
Yeah, Sahal was asking about one-on-one sessions, and I said let him know when I can do them. I should be able to do them tomorrow if my internet.
So if you can in the meantime book one-on-one sessions just on your own time calendar, that's good. By the uploads, as you saw with Sam's update today to the team, right? We should have the uploads done pretty ASAP at some point. What we'll have on that when the uploads are done, we'll have the ability where people can book off the platform one-on-one sessions with you and I. But in the meantime, okay.
In the meantime,
you just private,
and, do it that way. Cool.
All right. For those of you, Sharif is one of our. He's the editor here. He's the guy that does all the Instagram and all the editing and all that stuff. So when I hired him, he never was a trader, never really knew much about it. He just messaged me. He just hit first TP1 on USD CAD. So good for him.
Yeah. USD CAD. Did he take that 1 hour?
I believe so. Yeah.
Candle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So good for him. Good for you, Sharif. That's awesome. You see, you make money, learn how to trade. Cool. Over time, that money will grow for you, right? That money works for you. Now, he's got a long way to go. Sharif, you got a long way to go, buddy. You still have to experience a losing trade, my boy, and all that stuff. So don't worry. That's going to come.
Frustration and stress.
Yeah, exactly.
And for many years of stress, it's not good.
No.
think that's everyone's questions done. Yeah. I'm kind of jealous you got the US dollar card. The only reason why I didn't take it is because of the presidency. But hey ho.
Listen, it's about the winning percentage. Don't worry about losing trades. I don't care if you got 5 winning trades a year, as long as you're 5 for 5. You're at 100% win percentage,
Yeah,
which means the money will come. Okay, you know. Don't worry about.
I'm not. I mean, I know the reasons why I didn't take it, so I would have been kicking myself if I did. So.
George, relative currency strength for the short term. I also use it for the long term. So when you watch our live sessions, which you will, you're going to see that we look at short-term direction, long-term direction. So that definitely affects our entries. But yeah, you should definitely look at currency strength, even for long-term entry, because you'll need to know that for your short-term, like when you're actually looking for entry. You know what I mean? So for example, if you see price action confirmation and then a significantly strong exhaustion after, and you see fundamentally that the short-term direction has flipped, you're probably not going to want to look at an entry to the upside just yet, if that makes sense. So you're always going to want to keep an eye on the currency strength, regardless of if it's a short-term entry for a quick in, quick out, or if it's a long-term entry that you may hold for a couple weeks, maybe even a month or so. All right.
Wardrobe, give me. Wardrobe.
All right. I hope you're all enjoying just hanging out with Jake and I, with me, just working together, being on the markets together. Thank you, everybody. Comment in the chat box, but maybe this would be a nice opportunity to spend, as we're doing this, as this is new, team, maybe it's a nice opportunity to do something where every live session or, every couple mornings, we take 15 minutes and we have one new member, and that new member can introduce themselves to the team, talk about what they do for a living, why they want to learn how to trade, or why they're successful at trading. All right, that would be pretty awesome. Let me know if you want to get to know others like that, or you'd rather just not do that, like you don't care. All right, I really want.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
It keeps it more personal. So yeah, that.
Cool. So if you do like that idea, give it a thumbs up. If you want to be the first person tomorrow, also in the comment section, let me know. Awesome. Sorry, one sec. What was that? One more time. I accidentally muted everything. One more time. What was that?
Are we doing that now for people to introduce themselves?
Sure, we can do that now. In a few minutes.
So Alison wants to.
Why don't we start with you, Jake?
Yeah, I can start.
Okay, we'll start with you in 5 minutes. Okay.
Cool. Fine with me.
Okay. Just need to do a couple things here.
Yes.
Sun's rising. It's epic music right now. It's like I'm watching a Star Wars trailer. Let's see where this goes. Just gotta be like, you know, one of those guys. One of those guys that do nothing.
Did you see me when they just proper go for it and they sweat dripping off them? It's like, it can't be that hot.
Exactly. Okay, so. It's pretty cool, but it's intense. Don't drink this. Don't listen to that music and drink coffee at the same time. Okay. All right. So something we just made up that we're gonna start right now. We would like to highlight a member. Of course, there's no pressure, but I would love the team to get to know the team. One of the big things with the updates that we've done with the gentleman markets is really to make sure that will be coming, of course, as you know, is to make sure that we tighten the group to actually create a strong community here. Okay, so Jake, why don't you go ahead, buddy, introduce yourself. Maybe tell us, obviously start with where you're from, what you do, go to, things you've done in the past, give us a little bit of a history, how you got into trading, why you got into trading, and hobby. Just tell us about yourself, like hobbies, things that interest you, etc.
Yeah, definitely. So, Jake, 25, from the UK. I've been trading for around 4 years, profitable for around past 7 months, I'd say now, using daily strategy. I have been taught by other people here in the UK, but I didn't really, looking back now, I probably didn't really take it all in, and I was only profitable when I actually decided that I was going to give my all. It actually got to a point where I was that frustrated, I deactivated my account, took all my money out, and I was actually going, David doesn't know this, I was actually going to delete my Forex Gentleman subscription, but then I thought, no, I'm going to give it a year and I'm going to give it everything. And that's the only time when I actually started to become profitable. All those other 3 years literally was, I would probably say it was trial and error, but I wasn't really doing it. Like, it's kind of like going to the gym, and that's something that I'm also into. Like, you see people and they go to the gym, but they never actually change. They never actually get any better because they're not pushing themselves to that point. You have to go past the point of where you think that you can go in order to create a lasting change. And there's only 2 ways that can happen. Either you are highly motivated or you hit pain. And I had to hit pain in order to become profitable, in order to think that it actually is profitable. There was a mental shift that happened that said, right, it is possible. Other people do it. You can do it too. And so yeah, that's my Forex story. Other than trading, like I said to David, I don't really watch movies. I like to go out, so that's why I'm a little bit frustrated with lockdown. I'm a very sociable, outgoing person. I'm always out doing things, either going to the gym, seeing friends. Past jobs, personal trainer. That's my thing. Fitness, nutrition, everything around that. And yeah, that's pretty much me.
All right. Let me ask you a question, Jake. What type of strategy were you using when you first started trading?
Oh wow, the London opening strategy. I was using RSI. I was using Bollinger Bands. I was using trend lines. I was using moving averages. I tried everything. I was literally a YouTube guru. I would spend 4 or 5 hours a day. So Yeah, I was spending like 4 or 5 hours a day watching these guys on YouTube, these profitable traders, yeah, and I would try it, and the worst thing was that I actually made money at first, and then I would make money and then I would lose it. I would make money and then I would lose more. So it was a steady downtrend.
Yeah.
And then I thought, all right, so this isn't working. I'll try this strategy. And then I got trained, and they talked about zones and everything, and but I didn't really internalize it, probably because I thought, oh no, it's easy, you know, I can do this, I can do it without the hard work, which was a bit foolish because it took me another 2 years to realise. But yeah, I actually quit my job for 2 years, and you know about this, don't you, David? I got to a point where I was making more than my job, and then I quit my job to do trading full time. Traded full time for 2 years. That was after trading for a year, and then because I was trading full time, looking at the charts, I ended up going on to the 5 minute, the 15 minute, and that was kind of disastrous. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
So yeah, I've tried everything.
Sounds like you are in what we're in the classic position of starting off, trading based on memory, using indicators, using everything you can to get information that you could have received in other ways that you just didn't know, right?
Yeah.
And then
if I had a winning trade, I wouldn't even think, okay, why was that? I'd just be like, well, it happened because the RSI told me. It happened because there was a bullish engulfing candle at the London Open. It didn't really matter whether price was extended or anything. If I saw a bullish candle, I was in. It was quite mental, looking back at it, but I thought that was awesome.
I mean, well, yeah, exactly right. You don't even know. You see like a MACD crosshairs, and you think, oh my god, this is it. You know what I mean? I hear you, buddy. Well, that's awesome. Tell us, are you an only sibling, or do you have siblings?
I don't have any siblings. I just have a dog, and that takes most of my time. To be honest, he's a very, very needy dog. He's 9 years old, and he still acts like a puppy. He's a boxer. And what we actually didn't know when we got it is that they actually don't grow up like mentally. Like, he still thinks that he's a puppy. So like, we thought that like when he got to about 4 or 5, oh yeah, he'll like settle down, he'll stop like running around in circles and everything. And then we met someone who had one before, and I was like, no, Jake, this is it. I was like, what? It was like, yeah, they don't get any more mature than this. I was like, great.
So you got a 9-year-old puppy at home.
I've literally got a 9-year-old puppy. It's brilliant.
Awesome. Now, what about some of your jobs outside of obviously trading? Tell us, maybe like you were a personal trainer. What else have you done as a career?
Oh wow, I've done. Most of my family are in construction, so I worked in construction from about 16 till about 19. I did personal training at college, and then on the days I wasn't at college, I was working with my dad, doing up houses and doing plastering and all that stuff. So I can basically do nearly everything to do with renovating and stuff. I just can't like do the artistic stuff. Fitting tiles and all that. I can plaster and do relatively nearly everything other than like the high quality, stuff that takes loads of years to practice.
Do. Okay, so you learned a lot from the fam, so you're kind of like a handyman in a way. You learned a lot from the fam in a way, from the family.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I literally worked with my dad for like 60, 70, 90 for about 3-4 years, just doing up houses and stuff like that. I mean, he's retired now, but that was kind of my opening to why I wanted to do something that could have a unlimited income, because I saw my dad's friends, everybody around me, and when I started to go to college, everybody, like, literally 8 o'clock on my road, it's a Victorian road, there's houses on that side, and literally 7 o'clock every morning, everybody would come out and all go in their cars, and I was like, there's got to be more to life than this.
Yeah.
And they come home, they look tired, and then they just watch TV all day, and like, it sounds harsh, but I was like, I kind of want more than that.
Yeah.
I kind of want to do it on my own, and
Yeah.
I want to do something that I love, because even like getting up every single day and doing something that you love to do, like, that was my goal. And I love trading, I just wasn't very good at it.
Yeah. That's the thing.
I wasn't very good.
So you're absolutely right on that, and you know, that's an inner drive as to why you are where you are, right? I think a lot of people become complacent, and we have to remember this, team. I think, you know, it wasn't the way Jake feels is not new to history. His grandparents probably had the same feeling. His grandparents probably had that feeling where they feel like there's more, but they never had the technology to actually do that. Like, we are only now, like, we are the only generation of people that have the technology to actually earn an income sitting on a chair the whole day. Your grandparents, they're you know, down the line, literally everybody before us had to do something to earn an income, to earn bread, they had to get up and do physical labor. They had to get up and do physical things. The way that Jake feels in terms of feeling like there's something more is the inner drive to put him to the position where he is now. But at the same time, that's not a new feeling. We're just lucky enough to actually be able to execute and explore it, right? So again, it comes down to just appreciation and never giving up, right? Jake has had 4 years of ups and downs, right? And now finally consistency for, you know, close to 8 months. So you just got to keep moving, keep growing, understand that this is too good to give up. You have to remember, I talked about A to B, initial investment to making money without inventory, shipping, customs, returns, marketing, all that stuff in between that companies have. Not only is A to B right beside each other, not only can we trade anywhere in the world with just a Wi-Fi signal, not only is it not capped, we're talking about you can make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars if you are good enough. A position where I'm trying to get to over time, over the years. Because there's no ceiling. We're in the financial markets. You tell me another occupation like that. Even doctors, right? For example, if you are a doctor, or let's say a chiropractor is probably a better physiotherapist. Okay, you are a physiotherapist. You have a ceiling, right? Because you can only charge a certain amount per client. And then, at the same time, all right, you have a cap, meaning there's only a certain amount of clients you can fit in a day, right? After that, you have a cap on your income, right? With trading, it's not the case. Consistently grow, consistently compound, income starts to grow, income starts to grow, income starts to go. There's no cap on that. You are here. You are on the computer. You can be at home. You can take care of the kids if you need to. All right? There's nothing better than this. So for the people that, come in here and then after 1 week, after, not succeeding and quitting, you don't deserve this. If this was easy, everybody would do this. Who wouldn't? Right? So you have to get over that barrier and then reap the benefits. But as you know, this isn't rocket science. I'm not a rocket scientist, okay? I don't have even grade 12 math. All right? I dropped out of university with the full ride scholarship, but I dropped out my second year. Okay? Jake is not a rocket scientist either. Okay? We are in a position where you just have to educate yourself, but it's not something you cannot do. Okay? So educate yourself and then move forward. Anyways, that's awesome, Jake. Thanks, buddy. Okay, team.
If anyone is at that point where they feel like giving up on the membership, book a one-on-one, and we'll have a chat.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so team, we're gonna start FXG live in 8 minutes, 10 minutes from now. So I'll just be playing the music, doing a couple things in the background until FXG live starts. Okay, see you all in 10 minutes.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Hi, Sal.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Let's close the shop now. No more back up.
Nice. Awesome, buddy. Have a good walk home.
Yeah, I just want to take this few minutes just like to introduce myself and my issues or my goals and what they are, and if you guys can help me achieve it.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, my name is Sahel. I'm a Somalian. I was born here in this country, South Africa, but my parents migrated here like 22 years ago. So I grew up here and I only know this country. I've never left this country. I went to primary school, finished high school, my first year in Boston college. Now, I never had anything difficult, because I felt like I was part of this country. But my parents had to struggle to provide for their family, And I hear my parents struggle, like, for the beginning, my uncle came into this country first when he was 16, 17. He didn't have anyone here for him. He came here because of the problem back home in the country. And the story that he told me when he first came here, like, literally made me cry, made me, like, really appreciate the little things that I have here. I'm here complaining about I want more out of life than what I'm getting right now. And seeing how they have it difficult, it just makes me appreciate every little thing that I have.
I love it. I love it.
My uncle, when he first came to this country, he used to collect Coke bottles, like Coca-Cola bottles, empty bottles, and he used to collect coins from that. And then he used to buy chips and resell that chip.
Wow.
Yeah, and he used to tell me how he used to, like, sleep in train stations. And he used to pretend that he was waiting in the trains. All the horrible things that he had to do to, where he is right now and how he provided for us and how he brought us this country and then made us provide for our family.
That's
makes me really appreciate the whole thing that I am right now. But the thing is, I'm the firstborn of my family, and due to that, I have, like, a lot of responsibility on me. I have, like, a lot of siblings, cousins that looks up to me and see what I do with my life and what path to take and what path not to take. So I have a lot of pressure on me. And I couldn't be whoever I wanted to be. I had to be what they want me to be, you see?
Understood. And
Yeah, so...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I went through school, being a kid, I finished high school, same thing. Now my first year in university, then the coronavirus happened. Now I'm in lockdown, doing things online,
Right.
Before I thought, life was simple, you just get up, open a shop, make money, and you profit your family, that's it.
No.
And then after this year, I saw what happened, man. Like, people getting changed, friends of mine, parents losing their jobs. I'm like, I don't want to do this, And then I heard about trading from a friend of mine in high school. That's the binary option. He was learning binary option trading, And then that's how I get to learn trading.
Mm-hmm.
First, I thought it was a simple thing, It's just like how they advertise on TVs. Buy low, sell high.
Yeah.
That bullshit. And then I had to go through YouTube and then learn the strategies. I went through all the strategies, just like how Jake said, like the RSI, moving average, like try this, try that. It works a couple of times. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work 100% every time, Change that, take that one. It was quite frustrating. And then I'm like, no, you know, this is just a bullshit. This is like a scam. It's not going to work. It's just a way to get your money. Forget about it. Just study and hopefully get a good job. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. You're
And I'm like, nah, man. And afterwards, I thought, you know, there are people that are doing it. If it's being hyped up this much, you know, there has to be like something like a little bit of truth to it, and they have to be people that are actually benefiting from this. And then I need to find a teacher that's going to teach me. So I found like a lot of groups, a lot of what they call scammers and so on and so on. I found a few that were good ones, but they never provide like the need that I'm looking for. Like I want someone to actually teach me from down ground to a profitable trader.
Yeah. Well, you made the right choice where you came. Well, I think you know, we'll keep this quick because we have FXG Live coming up now, okay? But you know, I think what Sahal is saying is that, you know, he has a lot of respect for his father and what they went through to get to put him in the position that they are now to be, you know, and I think that it's one of those scenarios where we all kind of have a situation like that, where we can look back and see to our family grandparents that have done something remarkably difficult that maybe we're not even sure we could get through to put us in the position we are. Okay, so you know, it comes down to, you know, be that for your family, right? We're in a position now where you can make some serious money doing things that require less time. So I would say, you know, again, it's about working hard and being your family's hero. Okay, Sahal, I appreciate you, buddy. We're gonna get to the live session now. Okay, we can talk about that more another time. Okay. Give people just 2 more minutes and then we're going to begin, okay? Okay, I'll be right back. And then we're going to get going.
Rack it up, I gotta build up the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Pull it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Look at my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Look at my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard the rings are talking now and we don't better know mine. Didn't need the watch on it, I'll be here in no time. Put a candle on it, had to tell them they could blow mine. Lights, camera, action, they shoes, man. Smoking like I'm from Redman. We the new meth in Redman. We ain't rubbing up, but we bread Chris. Run up a check and it's pending. She talking my news, we'll send them. The film, you a dead man. Jesus, peace on my pendant. And we still independent. ISO, yeah, we trending. Watch what you say, don't offend them. They keeping it real, never mend them. People like get you with pregnant, but I ain't trying to be dependent. I need money, never ending. You talking 100%. I need the owner, you rent it. Whoa, step in this body and watch how they panic. Yeah, we the duo, you know we dynamic. When we outside, we be stopping the traffic. Breaking their necks, then they upset. How them boys doing more when they got less? How they on this and how they on that? How they got this and yeah, how they got that? Too busy watching this, they need to stop that. Talking my shit, you know we gon' pop that. See it, I like it, yeah, I'm gon' cop that. When we on top, how you on top that now? You ain't got nothing on us. I'm steady calling your bluff. Let's get split, need me a pop. You don't want smoke, tell them let's talk. Yeah. Heard the rings are talking now and we don't better know mine. Didn't need to watch them on it, I'll be here in no time. Put a candle on it, had to tell them they could blow mine. Lights, camera, action, they shoes, Rack it up, I gotta build up the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Look at my post to say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Look at my post to say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
Okay. Two minutes here, team. Thanks. Just having an issue connecting the tablet. Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna do our best here. Clearly, tablet does not want to connect, but we will do our best. 1 minute, we'll get going if it doesn't work. Okay, doesn't want to work. We'll do our best here for today. Sort this out for tomorrow. Okay, I can make it work. I'm gonna be drawing with the two fingers, the two magic fingers, in a non-sexual way. All right.
You didn't just say the two magic fingers.
I did just say it. You heard me say that. You'll also hear my wife say that. All right, so. All right, let's roll. Okay, everybody. All right, let's roll here. Okay, all's good, all's good, all's good. Check 1 2, check 1 2. All right. All right, Team FXG, welcome to FXG Live, January 20th, 8:12 a.m. here. For those of you who have been with me throughout the morning, thank you very much for being with me throughout the morning and now also being with me for FXG Live. I really appreciate it. Again, remember, we're going to be live 2 hours prior to every live session. We're going to be live prior to 2 hours prior to before every FXG Live session. It's funny to say live before the live. Anyways, We are live before the live is what I'm trying to tell you. So thanks for those of you that are with me. Okay, so what's going on today in terms of fundamental direction, in terms of news? Okay, so the biggest news today is that Biden is being inaugurated. Essentially, it's his move-in day. He gets to move into the White House and sleep in that big fancy room. You know, I can just imagine. I don't know what you guys would do if you moved into the White House. Like, let's say you became president, you had inauguration day. Imagine your first night actually sleeping in the White House. I would literally just be like, I'd be in my underwear, just moving room to room. I'd just be like looking at everything, trying to touch everything. Is this mine now? Can I touch this? What's this red button? That's probably what I would do. I would be looking around and trying to just amused by everything. Probably the novelty would last the 4 years of my presidency before I get impeached or not elected, aka the man coming up. All right, so what's going on now? Bitcoin 5.8. Okay, we're seeing some strength on Bitcoin for the reasons we talk about all the time now. Okay, we have these set. How many of you? All right, put up your virtual hand. How many of you have a cousin or an uncle who's called you and is like, hey, what do you think about Bitcoin? Hey, I'm thinking about investing in Bitcoin, right? What's happening right now, and the reason why Bitcoin is seeing the liquidity that it's seeing, and is because all these investors, people that are suffering from COVID, taking their savings, they're trying to create some sort of value. All right, this is why Bitcoin is seeing liquidity. Okay, now I'm not saying you can't make money on Bitcoin in the short term on buying and selling. There's definitely people that have made money and people that have made a lot of money. And also keep in mind, I'm not a Bitcoin expert or crypto expert. But what I do want to remind you of is the fact that it is not backed by any substantial actual assets, like US dollar, for example, is actually backed by gold, real asset. Okay, it is not a currency that can be manipulated. Okay. Governments need the ability to manipulate their currency, strengthen, weaken, to then promote trade, to build buildings, roads, bridges. All right, and then you have the situation of governments need to know, where is your money coming from, where is it going, because they need to tax you. There's two things certain in life at the moment. Okay, is death and taxes. Who knows? Maybe death. You know, if you're rich enough, maybe you'll be able to survive somehow in the future, or your memory will be in a computer or something like that. But taxes will still be there. That's 100% sure. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is, you know, they need to know, they need to monitor, and I believe, in my opinion, crypto is going to be a thing one day, but government issued. Okay? So in terms of long-term hold on Bitcoin, you know, I don't know, is my answer. All right. Australian dollar is at a positive 2.1. Australia is doing extremely well with the coronavirus. Pretty much any country right now who doesn't have to deal with the effects of coronavirus in terms of within. Okay, Australia is still dealing with it externally in terms of it affecting its trade. Okay, with Asia, with Europe, with the UK. All right. However, within they're doing well. Australia is at a positive. Aussie is at a positive 2.1. CAD is at a 0.8. Okay, why is CAD at a 0.8? Because WTI, West Texas Instruments crude, is on its way to the upside. Why is that? OPEC Plus announced continuous reduction in inventory. Remember, it goes to supply demand. If the demand is low and the supply is high, the price collapses. Then vice versa, right? So the Canadian dollar is significantly correlated to the price of crude. We're seeing strength. Again, OPEC plus reduction. Saudi Arabia actually, from what it seems like, reduced to what was agreed upon. Okay, in history, that wasn't necessarily the case. All right, and the Canadian dollar is seeing strength from that. But at the same time, we need to remember long-term fundamentals on the CAD is iffy. Okay, why is that? Because we don't necessarily know. All right, whether or not, you know, the virus is going to blow up again, or whether there's another variant of it that's just going to blow up again, or the countries are going to, their healthcare systems are going to collapse, right? Or the vaccines are not going to be rolled out in time. There's a lot of, essentially, I should say, a downrigger on the CAD, okay? If it wasn't for coronavirus, obviously, CAD would be in a different position. Okay, so the pound is at a positive 6. Pound's been gaining strength. Okay, the pound yesterday was at a positive negative 0.1. Okay, last week it was at all right that was at a 0, but then it was at a negative 1.1. What I'm trying to say is the pound is starting to see some sort of strength. And what the market is thinking is because the vaccines are rolling out and efficiently. I don't know if a lot of you know, it depends on where you're from, but some countries do not roll out their vaccines efficiently enough. Okay, here in Canada, we have doctors that are still not vaccinated. Okay, whereas in some countries, a lot of people are vaccinated. So I think the efficiency of the pound and how of the UK and how they're rolling out the vaccines is giving it its strength. Because we're seeing daily number of cases drop. However, they're still suffering. They still are in lockdown. Look at Jake sitting at home, right? So that's what happens. Okay, Kiwi's at a negative 0.7. All right, Kiwi's starting to gain some more strength, starting to catch up with the Australian dollar. All right, I believe we saw weakness in it because across the board, New Zealand pairs were seeing some weakness and some sell pressure from area of sensitivity. Additional some less than positive numbers. However, quick move back to the upside. Again, they're not suffering from the COVID situation that the rest of the world is. Okay, they've done a great job. All right, the Swiss franc is at a negative 1.7. We're seeing weakness in the Swiss franc right now, and the reason why we're seeing weakness is due to the fact that, well, money's moving out of safe haven, right? As the positive vibes. Think about this. We got a Democratic Party. We got Biden moving in. We got OPEC reducing and shifting the supply-demand curve. We have vaccines rolling out. We have equities market booming. Bitcoin's market's booming. The overall positive vibe right now is not saying, hey, we need to dump money into safe haven, which is why Swiss franc is seeing weakness. I believe it will continue to see some weakness. But remember, the Swiss franc is very sensitive, okay? Because if there's any sort of issue, boom, it gains strength, all right? So we have to keep that in mind. Yen is at a negative 2.0, gaining some strength from yesterday. Still can't really figure out why the yen saw recent weakness because there's no real news to me other than that's different. So I'm trying to figure that out. Euro is at a negative 2.2, okay? Why is the euro seeing weakness? It could be due, well, first off, they're dealing with COVID and all that stuff that everybody else is on lockdowns and etc. But at the same time, you're seeing strength in the US dollar, right? Why are we seeing strength in the US dollar? Well, first off, the US dollar is very, I should say, appealing for investors right now. Why? Because it's a value buy, right? So you have Biden coming in, you have a stimulus package that's going to be rolled out. You have Janet Yellen saying that the U.S. should stimulate the economy as much as it needs to. You have, like we said, the oil supply demand curve is shifting. Okay, so USD is going to start to gain strength. So what's going to happen, right? You're going to have some sort of liquidation from the euro moving into the USD. European investors finding more value in the U.S. Now, remember, it's not people like you and me, like retail traders, okay? We're talking about institutions, banks. We're talking about companies that, for example, pay their employers in other areas, right? So, like an example I mentioned before is like, for example, Coca-Cola. I had this situation in the past. Coca-Cola is not a great example because they have offices literally in every country in the world. But let's say there's a company, Joe Schmo Company, and Joe Schmo Company has it's a European-based company, and they have one office in the United States. So Joe Schmo has to convert euros into USDs to pay their employee, right? So when the USD is so weak, and they see value, so like let's say it's a relatively large company still, they have a consultant like me, and I come in and I say, look, the USD is weak, we're seeing fundamental strength. In the long term, we're going to see more USD hit to this number. So what is Joe Schmo Company doing? What are banks, what are institutions doing? They're buying USD right now. Why? Because they're buying it at value. They're going to have to buy it anyways to pay employees, right? So these are the type of market movers. These are the type of things that happen as to why we're seeing weakness in the euro right now. All right, gold is at a negative 2.7. All right, again, We're seeing a little bit of strength on gold. We have to understand historically during transition time, gold tends to see more strength than not. But at the same time, we're still extremely overpriced on gold. USD is at a negative 3.9. Again, we believe that the USD will start to strengthen. What's going to be the Kickstarter? The Kickstarter is going to be the announcement of the stimulus package. Okay, so we're going to get going here. Is it deciding to work? The tablet? Maybe. Let's try one more time. If not, we'll get rocking. It has not. Okay, so we'll get rocking here. All right, so today we are going to go over Euro CAD, Euro Aussie, Euro Pound, Euro Kiwi, Aussie CAD, Aussie USD, Aussie Pound, Aussie Yen, Aussie Kiwi. So as you can see, the Aussie pairs are all of interest. CAD Yen, CAD Swiss franc, Pound USD, Pound Yen. So are we looking for entries on all these pairs? Absolutely not, right? We're looking to identify what's good, and then we narrow down over time. So are we going to get into Aussie CAD, Aussie USD, Aussie? No, we're not, right? We're going to find what's the most high probability and enter that one. Okay, so let's get rocking. Okay. Euro USD, what do we see here on the monthly time frame? We see lower lows, okay? So what is this? A higher time frame downtrend. Excuse me if my lines are a little bit off. I'm using my trackpad, okay? Euro is currently at a negative 2.2, okay? US dollar is currently at a negative 3.9. So our short-term fundamental direction is currently what? To the upside, right? But what about our long-term fundamental direction? What do we know? It's likely going to even out, okay? As the USD starts to gain some strength, so will the euro, all right? So we have to keep that in mind, all right? So we're here on the monthly time frame. What do we see? We see buy pressure made a push, exhaustion, continuational push. Buy sensitivity broke sell sensitivity at our higher time frame downtrend. That's a higher time frame push, okay? What's after a push to the upside? That's right, an exhaustion to the downside. But what do we see here, even on the weekly time frame? Does it look like there's much buy sensitivity at completion of exhaustion here? Not really, right? Not really. So when we take it to the daily time frame, we see some bullish pressure. We identified this as what? As an impulse move, right? Off area sensitivity, previous low. That's SL, TP, that's market order being executed, okay? So we have an impulse move to the upside. What's going to happen? Are we going to see a continuational move with euro weakening and the USD strengthening? Absolutely not, right? So we're likely going to see what? Some sort of move like this, back to the downside, breaking back to the downside. I do not see, okay, the euro gaining the buy pressure, having enough air support to make a continuational move to the upside with the USD strengthening the way it is, okay? So even though euro USD is not something we're looking at, I'll always kind of do a euro USD analysis so that because it's, you know, a lot of you trade the euro USD, it's the most liquid pair. Jake, I'm gonna unmute you, okay? Feel free to come in at any point if you want to say something at the end, okay? So I'll go through what I need to go through, then Jake can come in. All right, so euro CAD negative 2.2 on the euro. Canadian dollar is a positive 0.8. What's our fundamental direction? That's right, it is to short term is to the downside. That's why we're seeing air support for sellers making a push, breaking what? This is our weekly zone. This is not a joke, right? Sell pressure is in a significant battle with buy pressure at a significant area of sensitivity. So we know that the euro is weakening. We know that the CAD is strengthening due to optimism, OPEC, everything we announced. Long-term direction likely also to the downside. Again, the USD is strengthening, which means that the euro will continuously see weakness. All right, so let's take it now to the 4H time frame. What are we seeing here? What is this on the daily? That is a bearish engulfing candle. First off, it's not a bearish engulfing candle close, just to remind you, this is not closed yet. But this is also pushed to the downside, right? If it was to close the way it is now. So what are we going to look for here? Okay, potential exhaustion at some point with price action entry confirmation for a continuational move to the downside. All right, now where's our next target going to be? Well, let's take it back. Okay, let's talk about zones for a sec. Here's our weekly upper, weekly lower. What's going to be mid-range? Either an upper and a lower or just mid-range. It's going to be our daily zone, correct? So let's take it back to the weekly to identify our daily. All right, I'm looking for either one mid-range area sensitivity or I'm looking for an upper and a lower zone. Okay, so I can see an upper here and a lower here. All right, boom. Why is that? Horizontal sell pressure and buy pressure. As you can see, this is a level of significance in between our weekly. Now, some critical thinking. If price breaks, if sell pressure is able to break our weekly zone, is it able to break our daily? Does it have free range to its next weekly zone, assuming fundamentals stay the same? Yes, right? Let's think about this. For example, who's the worst team right now? Jake, what sport do you watch? Sorry, you're not into sports, no problem. Okay, so any let's just think, soccer, right? Okay, Swan City, for example, compared to Manchester United. Okay, so you have Manchester United here on the sell side, okay, because they have air support. They're very strong. They're a strong team, all right? And then you have Swan City here, for example, on on the weekly zone. Now, if sell pressure is able to break, Manchester obviously is going to beat this team, so they make a push to the downside. So if they're able to beat this team, are they going to be able to beat this team, being that Manchester is the second best team in the league, considering that only the next best team is the monthly zone, for example, the first best team? Anyways, that's a terrible example. I just made things super confusing. Scratch everything that I just said. Okay, in the end, yes, price has, okay, free range to its monthly lower zone, because if sell pressure is able to break buy pressure at its weekly zone, which is a much tougher level than the daily, then it's able to break the daily. Okay, sell pressure able to break its weekly, it's able to break the daily, assuming fundamentals don't change. But let me ask you this. Let's say price was moving to the upside. So let's say price buy pressure broke its weekly. Is it going to be able to break its daily? No, it doesn't have free range, because what? Our monthly zone is a stronger opponent than our weekly, okay? Sorry for confusing you guys earlier. All right, so in the end, we know that the euro has air support. We're looking for a push, exhaustion, continuational push. We'll find TP1 where we daily upper, TP2 at our daily lower, and TP3 at our weekly lower. So once this gets closer to entry, we will do our analysis, okay? Euro Aussie. All right, Euro Australian dollar. As you guys will see, there's a theme here. The euro is extremely weak, correct? Euro's at a negative 2.2. The Australian dollar is at a positive 2.1. Our short-term fundamental direction is to the downside. Our long-term fundamental direction also to the downside. I believe that there'll be continued strength in the Aussie, and I believe that the euro will start to normalize as the USD kind of comes back to normal over time. Okay, so we have sell pressure as the Australian dollar is stronger than the euro, so sellers have air support, and as you can see, sell pressure is now in battle with buy pressure at its monthly zone. All right, when we take it to the weekly time frame, what's important here? Like, what's the information that this is telling us? We don't really see any bullish candles. Just continuous sell pressure, correct? Okay, telling us what? Extreme amount of sell sensitivity here. So, are we looking for an entry to the downside right now? No, we're not. Why? Because when we take it to the daily time frame, we can see, monthly time frame. Remember, you always have to keep in mind, when we take it to the monthly time frame, we can see that this isn't actually yet a push. When we take it to the weekly time frame, we can see that there needs to be some more separation. But actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this, I do like the continuous sell pressure. What I'm trying to say is this. Although I don't believe that this is the official higher time frame push, okay, maybe there is an ability. The push can complete here on the higher time frame before then coming back for exhaustion. So maybe there's an entry to the downside here. Let's identify area sensitivity. Okay, here we have where I believe the push will complete. As you can see, horizontal buy pressure. I want to identify any lower time frame area sensitivity, as you can see, so that we can look for entry. Why am I doing this? I'm not doing this because this is the upper zone and lower zone. I'm doing this because I'm looking for potential entry. So I'm just trying to identify levels of sensitivity here. And as you can see, when we take it to the daily time frame and bring it, you can see that this level has acted as an area of sensitivity. Okay? So let's see here. All right, so you see buy pressures kicking in. Right? So let's adjust the previous low. All right. So we have a lower time frame. We'll have a lower time frame short. Jake, you agree? Let me know if you agree. Okay? I think this is what I'm thinking. I'll summarize this in a minute. All right, where would our final target be? Lower level. Yeah, I guess I have to summarize it for you to understand our targets. Okay, one sec. It'll be 50% away. We'll adjust that as sells and TPs in just a second here. Okay, so what's the summary here in terms of this trade? All right. Well, what do we know? We know that Euro has sell pressure, has air support. Okay, sellers are going to be buyers at our monthly zone to the downside, and it's actually quite impressive the move that they have made. Okay, they've made quite an impressive move breaking our monthly zone to the downside, as there's not much bullish movement here, as you can see, right? Because what your job is to identify price action is to actually make sense of things. We can see buy pressure moving to the upside, sell pressure pushing back down. Buy pressure, sell pressure pushing back down. Buy pressure, sell pressure pushing back down. What I'm trying to say is sellers are not really giving buy pressure any airspace, any breathing room, right? Confirming a large amount of sell pressure. Now, we talk about a push requiring space, separation from area sensitivity, because a zone, especially a monthly zone, again, it's not just like one concrete floor, it is a trampoline, right? There's multiple levels of zones and sensitivity. The higher the time frame, the higher the zone. So what would be a higher time frame push? It would be separation, and likely separation where? The previous low. So maybe we have an opportunity to capitalize on what will be the higher time frame push before price comes back for exhaustion, because I believe it will kind of look like this, okay, and a move to the downside. So let's now take it to the daily. All right, as we can see, every time buy pressure comes in, sell pressure pushes back to the downside, but we've identified an area of sensitivity that we need price to break beneath. All right, let's take it to the 4H time frame. As you can see, previous lows acting as a level of buy sensitivity. All right, so what are we waiting for here, team? We're waiting for price to make a move to the downside for price action confirmation, move back to the upside for exhaustion and entry confirmation, before then a continuational move to this level, before then price potentially comes back for a higher time frame exhaustion. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Jake, what do you think? Okay, so we're looking, what am I doing now? I'm looking for TP1. I'm looking for mid-range area sensitivity. Usually you'll find it about 50% of the distance between two areas of sensitivity, okay?
Yeah, I'd say where the pins are on the left-hand side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So right here is kind of, as you can see, every time price comes in contact, there is some sort of level of sensitivity there. So we're going to bring it across the board. Okay. And as you'll see, it's close to where we're at. When we take it to the daily, we can move this slightly lower. Still want to be slightly above. Okay, boom. TP1, TP2 is done. Let's look for 4H. All right, so can we be above this previous high without ruining our risk reward ratio? Let's see. And immediately I can tell you no, right? Because why? Our distance between entry to SL is greater than the distance to entry to TP1, which we need to be at a 1-to-1 risk reward. So at this scenario, I'm just going to do a 1-to-1 risk reward. I'm going to bring it in. I'm going to max out my SL distance, and I'm going to do that. Okay? I'm going to max out my SL. Okay, so now we have, that actually might not even be a 1-to-2 risk.
No,
Yeah, you see it's not. So we actually have to lower that. We have to.
I would probably have it just above the recent low there. So if you go back.
Yeah, I know. Here's what you're saying. I'm trying to look for a high. I'm trying to look for if we can be. I think we can be. What you're saying is be above this. Right? The low here.
Yeah, and if you take it to the left-hand side, that's support as well.
I want to try to be above this pin.
Yeah.
So essentially, for those of you that are new here, we're looking for the most amount of sell protection. So that's 1-to-1. That's, yeah, still not optimal. So we'll have to be, like you said, above previous low. As you can see right here, previous low. Let's change the color of that, so that people can see it. Adjust. We want to be at least a couple pips above. All right, 1-to-1, 1-to-2 in a bit. Okay, so we adjusted our risk reward. Once price reaches TP1, we move SL to entry. So team, again, in summary, what are we looking for here? We're looking for a push, minor exhaustion, price action, entry confirmation for continuation or move to the downside. All right. Nick says, looks like there's a monthly uptrend pretty close to where prices currently is on Euro Aussie. Will the buy pressure affect this? Looks like there's a monthly uptrend. Here. So as what Nick is saying is there's higher highs here. Okay, so he's saying identify this uptrend. So that's what we shall do. What you'll see is we have to go to the line chart here for proper line. Okay. Now, we're talking about first push off the line. Okay. Adjust. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, definitely could. Definitely could. So Nick's right. There is a monthly uptrend that could affect the move to the downside. So now I just want to double check, because what could be happening here, Nick, is this. This could be happening. Meaning that if price breaks this zone to the downside, it also breaks this uptrend to the downside. So let's make sure, we just want to make sure our zones are placed, our trend line is placed correctly. Okay. Off the first push, this is that push. This is the move to the downside. This is the first push to the upside. Okay. This is a must for proper trend line placement. let's make sure our monthly zone is where it needs to be as well, because we could also see that potentially our monthly zone is not properly placed, and then that is also why it's below. We just when we're close to a situation like this that Nick pointed out, we have to double check. Okay, I'm going to thin this out just to make it a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4 contact, 5 contact. Okay, or that would make sense. No. Even if we had it lower. Then our line chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So our zone was properly placed, okay, because it has to do with the amount of contact. So it's not the scenario. All right, so we have to, this is what Nick pointed out, something important. There is a higher time frame. There is a monthly uptrend, okay? So Nick, thanks for pointing that out. We have to, okay, just wait. This is even more so. So what's the adjustment that we're waiting for? Even more now. Okay, first off, our risk has to be adjusted. Secondly, we're just simply waiting for, again, that push exhaustion with price action and entry confirmation. Because if we were to see a push to the downside and then the trend line come in, the buy pressure from the trend line, this would just be a stop hunt, right? So in terms of a breakout entry, we're not interested. In terms of a sell limit order entry, we're not interested. But if we see a push, exhaustion, price action, entry confirmation, there's a quick in, quick out to the downside. Because remember, even though there is sensitivity from that uptrend, Nick, we also have fundamental direction to the downside, right? Okay, so we know that there will be a test to the downside. All right, moving on from Euro Aussie. We're going to keep our eye on this pair. No breakout entry, no sell limit order entry. Sorry, Euro Yen. Okay. Euro Yen monthly time frame negative 2.2 on the Euro. Yen is currently at a negative 2.0. Okay. Short-term fundamental direction is currently 2. The Euro is weaker than the Yen. Okay, so to the downside. All right, short-term fundamental direction is to the downside. Not by much though. Let's just say it's flat. Long-term direction also flat. We don't know what the hell is going to go on with the Euro, how much it's going to weaken with the strength of the US dollar. Okay, so we're looking at flow here. Here's our weekly upper, weekly lower. We have push, exhaustion, higher time frame, continuational push. As fundamental direction has shifted, meaning it's now flat and not as strong as it used to be, buy pressure is definitely not going to be able to break sell pressure at its weekly upper zone. There's definitely going to be sell sensitivity here. Now, before we take it down to the weekly time frame, we can see what? Sorry, before we take it down to the daily time frame, we can see what? This is a bearish engulfing candle close, which is trading now beneath lower time frame consolidation, which we'll see now. All right, so what we saw yesterday with the Euro is just a lot of grabbing of the orders. Okay, let me explain. All right, it's called stop hunts. Price made a push to the downside, exhaustion. We had a failure of price action, entry confirmation. Price broke back to the upside. That is a lower time frame stop hunt, higher time frame pin bar. Sell pressure kicked in and pushed right back to the downside. And it's interesting, and I don't love this movement because we definitely know that this is an area of sensitivity. We've identified it properly. So the fact that price has done 2 stop hunts at area of sensitivity is not something I really like, okay? So let's take it back to the daily. The one thing is, though, is we will look for an entry, I think, next week. If price can close with a pin bar of this nature over the week, meaning buy pressure tested to the upside, sell pressure tested back to the downside, then we're going to see a move lower. But we need to see this weekly candle close, because on the daily time frame, unless we see a bearish engulfing candle close, we're not going to be looking for an entry, which means price needs to break previous low. Okay, so we're going to take it to the 4H time frame. We identify now price needs to break previous low for us to find an entry to the downside. We're either going to see a bearish engulfing candle do that, or at the end of the weekly, hopefully the weekly shows a pin. Okay, so what would that look like? Let's add area sensitivity here. Okay, we would have, we'll do this another time as it gets closer, but we'll have some sort of entry that looks like this. Okay, something of this nature to the downside, but we need to see price break previous low with the candle close, and we need to see something on the weekly here showing us a continuational move to the downside. Because remember, euro and the yen are just really flippy floppy. You're talking about inconsistent currencies right now, okay? So euro yen, we'll have an analysis on this pair as things start to play out, okay? Moving on to euro kiwi. Monthly time frame. All right, euro is weak. We know that, negative 2.2. New Zealand dollar is gaining strength at a negative 0.7. So our fundamental direction is currently to the downside for the short term, okay? What about the long term? I also think it's to the downside. I think the Kiwi is going to gain strength with no COVID issues at the moment. I shouldn't say no COVID issues. I should say less COVID issues than normal. And then also the euro is weakening as the USD, I believe, will start to strengthen. Okay, so what do we see? We see just consistent sell pressure. Push, exhaustion, push. Here's our monthly upper. Here's our weekly mid-range, daily mid-range, which makes this what? 4H upper, 4H lower. Okay, before we take it down to the daily time frame. All right, let's just remove this for a sec. What does this look like to you in terms of flow? Push, exhaustion, push. What's this? Exhaustion. What's next? Potentially continuational push, assuming fundamentals don't change, right? So what are we looking at here? The push, exhaustion. Euro's starting to see that weakness for that move to the downside. Kiwi's starting to gain some more strength again. All right. So now we're going to start to look for some sort of entry, okay? All right. So what are we going to do now? We're starting to see, okay, we have to look for all areas of sensitivity. Clearly, previous low is an area of sell pressure. I'm just going to change this to a color that's not associated to any zones on the time frames. Okay, so as you can see, there's some buy pressure here. Sell pressure there. There's some sort of consolidation. This is that push. This is exhaustion. Sell pressure pushing back to the downside. We know what? If this closes the way it is, that is a bearish engulfing candle close, which means that is a lower time frame push. Okay? As you can see, you don't need to identify this, but if you do identify any higher highs, price is trading beneath that. All right, let's go to the 1 hour time frame. Okay, so this is what we're going to look for. We're going to look for a quick in, quick out here. My dogs are in the background playing. Sorry if you hear some barking. Okay, lower time frame entry, so we have it in blue. All right, SL will adjust in a minute. We'll figure out what that is. We're going to put a TP1 mid-range somewhere. Okay, let's identify. Okay, I can see some mid-range sensitivity. Sell pressure, buy pressure. As you can see, mid-range. Bring across the board, lift it up. Boom, we have TP1, we have TP2. Okay. Jake, these might be some entries that you're going to have to take tonight, buddy. I believe that they're going to be around 2, 3 in the morning my time. Okay, so we're not looking for a long-term short at the moment. We're looking to make our way to previous low here. We're looking for a high probability entry because we know that the euro is in a situation where there's going to be movement up and down. There's going to be weakness and strength. The Kiwi saw weakness earlier this week. Now is gaining strength. It's not like we are in a position right now where we necessarily want to be in for the long run. I'm not saying we're not, but things may adjust. We may find a lower time frame entry to the downside, and then what may happen depending on the reaction at previous low is I may decide to keep my entry and just move my SL to a trailing stop, assuming there's a lot of pressure on a continuational move to our weekly lower zone. Okay, now we're trying to place our SL, correct? So can we be above previous high? Probably not without affecting our risk reward ratio. Yes, we would love to, but as you can see, this is not a proper RR. So we take it to the next best option. As you can see, horizontal sell pressure. Can we be just above that and still have a proper RR? Let's identify. 1 to 1 is not optimal, although it is a 1 to 2 risk reward. So we're going to keep it this way. So remember, these are one of those situations where you break the rules a little bit. You bend it a little bit. So for example, in this situation, why am I okay to bend it? Even though it's not a 1-to-1 risk reward to our entry, meaning the distance between entry to TP1 is actually shorter than entry to SL, overall, it is still a 1 to 2 RR trade. So that hits our target. Now, I'd rather be slightly above this level of buy sell pressure than below, giving us essentially no breathing room. Okay, so I'm going to bend the rules slightly here. Now, what would make me not bend the rules here? I wouldn't bend the rules if this wasn't a 1 to 2 RR overall. Okay, so we're bending the rules slightly on this one. What are we looking for, Jake? You know, buddy. We got exhaustion. What's next? Price action entry confirmation for a continuational move to the downside. Jake, I think you're going to be entering this at the London Open. Okay.
I've got them all down, don't worry.
Okay. So Euro Kiwi, moving on now to Aussie CAD. All right, Aussie CAD. What do we know? Australian dollar is at a positive 2.1. Canadian dollar is starting to gain some strength at a positive 0.8. Short-term direction is still to the upside. What about our long-term direction? Probably maybe flat, maybe slightly to the upside, but it's not going to be as strong to the upside as it is right now. So before we take it to the weekly time frame, let's just really simplify the complicated. Buy pressure is meeting sell pressure at our monthly zone. It has short-term fundamental direction, not long-term fundamental direction. Will it be able to break our monthly zone without LT? We do not know, right? We don't know. So here's a push. Okay, price is seeing what? Error sensitivity, impulse move to the downside at our monthly zone. We know that price wasn't going to be able to break straight to the upside no matter what. Okay, we identified also then 3 subzones. Because we said, look, Aussie last week was stronger than it is now against the CAD. So we said, look, maybe we have a lower time frame entry to previous high. Price make its area sensitivity, retest to previous high. However, our ST, our short-term fundamental direction, is now getting closer than we would like. And of course, so before we take it down to the daily time frame, assuming you didn't know anything about fundamentals, what would these 3 previous candles tell you? Does this tell you that you're going to see a move to the upside right now? Probably not, right? Why? Let's talk about it. Again, fuck all those names like bullish engulfing, even bullish engulfing candle. Just make sense of it. Fuck doji, fuck pin bar, all that. Just make sense of buy and sell pressure. Okay, so what happened? Candle opened here. Buy pressure tested the downtrend. Sell pressure came right back in, make a new low. Okay, candle open here. Buy pressure tested the upside. Sell pressure said, no, right back to the downside. Right back to the downside. Okay, every time buy pressure is testing to the upside, sell pressure is coming in. again, Aussie's weakening against the CAD overall, even though it is still stronger. So does this price action tell us we're moving to the upside? No, it's not. It tells us that we likely got a slight way to go before then we find price action entry confirmation before we make our way to previous high. Now, I also would like to see that the Aussie starts to separate itself from the Canadian dollar a little bit more. And I think that once we get to previous low, maybe we'll start to see that buy pressure we need for a continuational move to the upside. Okay, moving on from Aussie CAD onto Aussie USD now. All right, monthly time frame. Okay, what do we know? Aussie's at a positive 2.1, USD is at a negative 3.9. Okay, that is our short-term direction. It's clear to the upside. What about our long-term direction? Also likely to the upside. Even though the USD is gaining strength, it's going to affect the euro and the pound likely more than the Aussie. Okay, so monthly time frame. Buy pressure is testing our weekly upper zone to the upside. If buy pressure is able to break our weekly zone, meaning a battle between sellers and buyers, it's got free range to our monthly zone, assuming fundamentals stay the same. Okay? Whenever I talk about free range, it's always assuming fundamentals stay the same. So right now we are in battle, right? We have sell pressure trying to keep price to the downside. We have buy pressure saying, no, we're moving to the upside. But we know that there's more buy pressure than sell pressure, not only because the fundamentals tell us to, but also because price action, there's not really much of a impulse to the downside before a move. This is a weekly zone. The fact that we haven't had an impulse move to the downside tells us a tremendous amount of buy pressure. So when we go to the daily time frame, we can see consolidation. Again, sell pressure saying, hey, it's time to move to the downside. Buy pressure saying, no, we're moving to the upside. Okay, so what have we done? We're saying, look, we've identified 3 areas of sensitivity in preparation for entry. Okay, we did this yesterday. If you haven't watched yesterday's live session, please go ahead and do so. Okay, and what we said is, look, we need price to break our mid-range area of sensitivity before we can start moving to the upside. Now, I also see lower lows here, which is taking into effect. Okay, slight lower lows. All right, I want to take you to the line chart. As you can see, boom, slight adjustments. Actually, yeah, that wouldn't be considered 3 contact because this is too much of a separation. Okay. All right. So as you can see, that's exactly where sell pressure had entered. All right. So what we're waiting for here is what? Push, exhaustion, price action, entry confirmation for a continuational move to the upside. Okay. So Aussie CAD, keep that on your list. Sorry, Aussie USD, not Aussie CAD. Aussie pound next. Okay, Australian dollar is at a positive 2.1. The pound is at a positive 6. Again, the pound is starting to gain some strength here in the long term because of vaccine rollouts, I should say, virus rollouts. Okay, so fundamental direction still to the upside short term. However, I would say more of a flattening out in terms of the long term. Okay, so what do we see here? We see, let's take it back. Okay, here is the monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower, daily mid-range. Okay, with fundamental pressure, price broke not only our higher time frame downtrend, but also our weekly lower zone to the upside. Push, exhaustion. What's next? Continuational push. So the question becomes now is, does buy pressure have enough air support to break our daily mid-range zone to the upside? And I'm not quite sure it does at the moment. Okay, I'm not quite sure it does. The Aussie was stronger than the pound recently. As you can see, price was finally able to break previous high. But what is supposed to happen at that scenario after this push, right? Because this is a push breaking previous high. What's after push to the upside? Exhaustion to the downside. Where should price technically see a reinjection of buy pressure? Former resistance, new support. Think about this. This isn't just some previous high, isn't just some random spot. Historically, this is an area of sensitivity. So what we should have seen is a push, exhaustion, price action, and entry confirmation for continuational move. But price is trading beneath. Why? Because the pound is starting to gain some strength. So for us to find an entry to the upside, we have to wait for the rebreak, exhaustion, price action entry confirmation, and I do want some more separation fundamentally, okay? So we're going to keep this on the burner right now. We're going to wait for a potential entry. All right, on to Aussie Yen. Monthly time frame. Okay. Monthly upper, weekly lower, daily upper, daily lower. All right. Weekly time frame. Well, actually, we need to identify fundamentals. Okay, so Aussie's at a positive 2.1, Kiwi's at a negative 2.0. Okay, fundamental direction to the upside, long-term direction also to the upside. Okay, now, buy pressure is breaking our daily, right? It broke our daily with the push. What's after a push? Exhaustion. What are we waiting for? Continuational push. Okay, now let's take it to the daily time frame. All right, so what are these lines? They're not here to confuse you. These lines are here because we're starting to get close to battle. We're starting to get close to entry, right? We need to start identifying all area of sensitivity so that we can properly identify potential higher probability entry, right? So when we see this push to the upside, okay, on the lower time frame, you'll see the area of sensitivity that has created. We are now waiting for price to break that level of sensitivity for that continuational push with air support. So when we take it to the 4-hour time frame, there's also another one here. Okay. What do we see here? Horizontal sell pressure, horizontal sell pressure, buy pressure, horizontal buy pressure. So I would like price to break the mid-range with a push. Exhaustion will begin at previous high, and then we're looking for a continuational move with price action and entry confirmation. Okay, so we are looking for Aussie Yen to the upside, and we're going to get pretty close to that. Jake, put that on your list, buddy. I know that, yeah, I don't think there's a lower time frame entry to mid-range. I wouldn't do that based on how price action is looking right now.
No higher time frame.
Yeah, only higher time frame. Unless things change. Okay, unless price action starts to become a little bit more stable. All right, moving on from Aussie Yen onto Aussie Kiwi. All right, Aussie, positive 2.1. New Zealand dollar is a negative 0.7. Both of them are not necessarily dealing with COVID-related issues. And when things are going well, the Australian dollar is stronger than the Kiwi. And why is that? Because they just have a larger economy. And when things are not going well, they're weaker than the Kiwi again because they just have a larger economy. So on the monthly time frame, okay, what is this? Monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower, daily mid-range. What would this be then? Our 4H mid-range. Correct. We're just identifying battle. Okay, area between buyers and sellers. We know that buy pressure is testing mid-range, our daily mid-range zone. So buy pressure is now in battle with sell pressure. Who's going to win this battle? Probably buyers, right? Because they have fundamental support to the upside, short-term and long-term. Again, assuming nothing specific comes about. Like, for example, there is what would move, a little critical thinking. What would move this pair to the downside? Like, what sort of news? Well, they'll stretch. The sort of news that would move this pair to the downside, for example, is like, hey, outbreak in Australia of COVID. A separated incident that doesn't necessarily have to do with the economic correlation, right? So something like that would shoot price to the downside, but I don't believe that's the case. They're both handling it well. They're going to continue to handle it well. All right, so what's important to note here, as we're on to the daily time frame, is as you can see, buy pressure is testing our daily zone. We don't have much of an impulse move to the downside, do we? Just straight shot to the upside, again, showing us that continued buy sensitivity. Now, here's what we need to keep in mind. Okay. Take a look at this pin bar right here. So what's this? Buy pressure to the upside. What's this? Sell pressure coming back down. But due to the strength of this pin, we know that this is a level of sensitivity. So we have to keep that in mind. All right. So we identified higher highs yesterday during live session. Okay. Higher highs. So we know that this is a higher time frame uptrend. Okay, we're on the 4-hour time frame. So what's important here? Okay, let's think about this. We see price action confirmation because we're on the 4-hour time frame. The thing is with price action confirmation, although it broke its previous candle to the upside, it still hasn't broke this significant area of sensitivity with this pin bar that we identified, correct? So what we identified on the lower time frame is, again, you have to identify area of sensitivity. And what we can see is that although we had price action confirmation, which is a bullish engulfing candle, a lower time frame push, we did not have entry confirmation because at exhaustion, there was no price action entry confirmation. Now, who was here when we were talking about this pair maybe an hour and a half ago? Remember when we were talking about this pair and I said, guys, look at the sensitivity of buy pressure coming in at previous low, right? But why do we not enter before candle close? Because of this scenario. Even though you see buy sensitivity, that's just market orders. That's the battle between buyers and sellers. What ended up happening? Price ended up breaking below. Do we have entry confirmation? Is there any confirmation that buy pressure is coming in? No, there's not. So again, at the moment, entry is invalid. Okay, entry is invalid for Aussie Kiwi. We are still keeping our eye open though. We still probably will see some sort of movement that will give us some sort of entry requirement. Now, what is that kind of movement? All right, double confirmation. This is a strong move to the downside. Remember, price action confirmation, that's a push. Exhaustion. We're looking for entry confirmation. This is a strong exhaustion, so we would need an impulse move, some sort of retest, and another buy injection of buy pressure for a continuational move to the upside, okay? Moving on from Aussie Kiwi. All right. Now, why is the key? We're seeing this happen due to the fact that there's strength, okay, in the Kiwi coming in the market. That's why we're seeing this move to the downside. All right, remember, yesterday Kiwi was at a negative 1.5. Today it's at a negative 0.7. So it's gaining strength. All right, moving on. CAD Yen. All right. So congratulations to those of you who are in this winning trade to the upside for lower time frame. We now are looking for our higher time frame entry. Okay, so let's talk about this. Monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower. Okay, just area of battle. What's our fundamental direction? CAD's at a positive 8, and Yen is currently at a negative 2.0. Short-term fundamental direction to the upside. What about our long-term? Well, you know, I would also say to the upside, anything can happen with CAD and the Yen pair. However, Canadian dollar is seeing initial strength due to the fact that, again, OPEC reduction, okay, and its correlation to WTI, which is currently in a nice strong uptrend, okay? So what are we seeing here? Buy pressure off our monthly lower, testing our weekly lower and our higher time frame downtrend. Let's take a look at that at the lower time frame, actually. All right, so we had our few tests to the upside. Buy pressure failed. Finally, with fundamental support, it broke this higher time frame downtrend to the upside. Okay, we have a push, exhaustion. Okay, price is kind of in battle. All right, let's take a look at that on the daily for a bit of a closer look. Okay, so again here, push, exhaustion. We see buy pressure now testing. Okay, we identified area sensitivity, and we said, look, price made a stop hunt to the downside, breaking back above, push, exhaustion, continuational move, and that's exactly what happened. Okay, we had push, exhaustion, continuational move to TP2. At TP1 you should have moved your SL2 entry. Now let's talk about entry on this pair. Okay, so here's a push to the upside. Okay, what's after push to the upside? Exhaustion to the downside. Here's your first clue. Buy this close, this candle close on the 4-hour time frame right here is a clue. Why does that tell us that there's buy pressure coming into the market? Because sell pressure tested to the downside, buy pressure said no, push back to the upside and closed this way. Okay, so that happened once, that happened twice. Okay, now we're taking it to the 1-hour time frame. So what do we know? This is a pretty strong exhaustion, correct? Boom. So we said impulse move, and then we're waiting for double confirmation. So what would have been double confirmation here? Impulse move, retest, and then what? Bullish engulfing candle, correct? Or you could have done this as well. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Sorry, 1H. Oi. Failure. All right, on the 1-hour time frame. What do we see right here, right? Here's the impulse move, retest. This is a pretty significant pin bar. But what do we see? We see that there's horizontal sell pressure, correct? We see that there's a level of horizontal sell pressure. So you identify this level. You have a 30-minute time frame. Okay. And what's happening here? Push breaking that level to the upside, exhaustion, and then again, re-injection of buy sensitivity for an entry to the upside. All right. Now, we have a lower time frame entry, success, potential higher time frame entry. Okay, we're looking for an exhaustion, a real push. This is not separation of area sensitivity. We're getting that now. Okay, we're getting that now. So maybe we see price come back to the downside and we see another lower time frame entry. Maybe we see a continuational move, not that high, but maybe we see a continuational move causing higher time frame separation before then a higher time frame exhaustion and a continuational move to the upside. Okay, but as you can see, when we look at that entry, why was our final target at previous high? We know that there's going to be an injection of sell pressure. As you can see, that sensitivity coming in, all that good stuff. Okay, so CAD yen moving on now to CAD Swiss franc. Monthly time frame, CAD positive 0.8. Swiss franc is at a negative 1.7. Probably going to see continued weakness due to the fact that Canadian dollar is seeing continued strength. Market outlook is pretty optimistic, which that also means that the Swiss franc may continue to weaken in the long term. Okay, so short-term direction is to the upside at the moment. Long-term direction also potentially to the upside. Okay. So what do we see here? Monthly time frame. Here's our monthly upper, monthly lower. Horizontal sell pressure, horizontal buy pressure. This is a higher time frame consolidation. Push, exhaustion, continuational push, failing to break previous low. We talk about this being institutional, right? When COVID first came out and the Canadian dollar collapsed due to the supply demand of crude oil, okay, we had buy sensitivity here at zero, at no previous area of historical sensitivity. This is institutional support, okay? Exhaustion, continuational move, failing to break previous low as expected. Now, we identified lower time frame area sensitivity, as you can see, upper zone, mid, and lower zone. Right now, who has pressure? Buy pressure, right? So, buyers are trying to test to the upside, okay? We may have free range to our monthly zone. 4 hour, okay? We're looking at a push, 1H. What do we see? Exhaustion. Okay, so we're looking for price action entry confirmation. All right. Set targets. So Jake, put this on the list if it plays out for you during the middle of the night. Okay, looking for TP1. We're looking for mid-range area. There's not much historically. So I'm going to do, you see this pin right here? Let's identify that pin. Bring it across. 4H. Okay. Boom. SL. We have one level of buy protection. We're looking for another level. Can I be below this kind of area? See right here. There's not much sensitivity there, but the next level is here. So that's pretty much the last level. Can I be slightly beneath? Not much there, but it's something. Okay. Risk rewards optimal, as you can see. 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 2.5, so to speak. Okay, so CAD Swiss franc. Here's the push. We're waiting for exhaustion, price action confirmation on the 4H time frame, entry confirmation on the 1 hour time frame. Okay. Okay, so pound USD is next. All right, we may have a lower time frame entry to the upside. Okay, monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower. What's our fundamental direction? Pound is currently gaining strength at a positive 0.6 with the vaccine rollout. Okay, and we have the US dollar, which is also weak at the moment at a negative 3.9, but will gain some strength, but there's still a ways to go. Okay, short-term fundamental direction to the upside, long-term direction also to the upside, maybe not as strong to the upside. But what we need to keep in mind right now is there's a tremendous amount of sell pressure at a monthly zone. Okay, a lot of sell pressure at a monthly zone. Keep that in mind. So we have buy pressure, test our monthly zone, fail to break to the upside. Let's see how many times, as expected, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Okay. Maybe. No. Not anymore. I'm not liking this movement here. I'm thinking maybe previous, but there's not much move. There's not much space. And also, I don't like that higher time frame. Things have changed. Okay, team? Why are we not looking for a move to the upside? Well, we're seeing a squeeze, right? We're seeing horizontal sell pressure. All right, let's remove this for a second. We're seeing higher highs, right? So I believe we may see the squeeze, and let's go through the squeeze and then make a decision. Price is either going to come to the downside, for then we're going to look back to the upside, or it's going to break to the upside, okay? But right now, as you can see, its positioning is not proper. All right, so we're moving on from pound USD. Last one is pound yen. And then we're going to take it to Jake to see if he has anything for us here. Okay, monthly upper, monthly lower, weekly upper, weekly lower, daily upper, daily lower. What's pound? Pound is currently at positive 6, gaining strength. Yen is at a negative 2.0. Short-term direction to the upside. Long-term direction, questionable. We don't know how things are going to play out. But in simplicity, buy pressure is testing sell pressure at our daily lower zone. If it's able to break to the upside, it's got free range to our next daily and then to the weekly, okay, assuming fundamentals don't change. So what do? We identify lower time frame sensitivity. Thank God we did. Why? Because we said we need price to break previous high before then looking to the upside. So what are we waiting for here? We're waiting for the push. Maybe not that high. We're waiting for a push, exhaustion, price action, entry confirmation for continuational push on pound yen. Okay? Awesome. All right, team. So that's it for FXG Live. We're going to take it now to Nick. Nick, go ahead, buddy, if you have anything you want to share with the team. Can you hear us, Nick? Hello? Sorry, not Nick. Jake.
I was about to say.
Fuck, that's my brain. That's what happens when I when I after a live session, after the live sessions, after doing analysis like that and talking for so long, my brain goes into shutdown mode.
The only potential one I've got, which I was just looking at earlier, is Great British pound against the euro.
Pound against the euro.
Just have a quick look at that, and I'll see if I'm still interested. It was only a quick one that I just looked at while I was just flicking through.
What are the spreads on your pound euro on your broker?
On mine, it's probably, let's have a look. Great Britain pound. It's always pretty good. Wait 1 second. Let's do it.
One pip spread.
1 pip.
Okay. I think for me it's more. That's why I don't usually trade this pair.
Oh, really?
I'll check it out though. Okay.
Will it be the same on the one that we traded? What will it be on that?
Yeah, I need to double check, but we may actually find an entry here. Okay, so if it's a 1 pip spread, then I have no problem trading it. Maybe it's changed. I haven't traded this pair in years because of the spreads. Okay, so here's the monthly upper, monthly lower in the past few years. Okay, what's in between? Weekly mid-range. Okay. What's in between our weekly and our monthly? It's our daily.
Daily. Now put it at the recent high just if you.
Yeah.
Just that mid range about there.
Yeah. Daily is usually purplish.
You have yours red, don't you?
Is it red? Yeah, I do red.
It's because I've tried to change all mine's habit to how you have it.
Got it. Okay. So, what do we know?
I found mid-range at where it's completed.
4H mid-range, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, 4H.
Yeah.
Where it's just completed there. Now sellers
Yeah.
are coming in. And also we've got high pressure on the left side
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can see that's where the push completed. Yeah, so that'll be good for our targets. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a sec. So, all right. Pound is currently at a positive 0.8. Euros at a negative 2.2. We'll likely see continued weakness as the US dollar continues to strengthen. When we take it to the monthly time frame, take a look at the buy sensitivity at our monthly zone. We know that price is not going to be able to break to the downside, even with fundamental support. Okay, buy pressure is breaking what? This is our weekly mid-range. This is our monthly, so this is our daily zone. Buy pressure. Take a look at the pin bars here. First off, look at this. Sell pressure, buy pressure coming back in. Sell pressure, buy pressure coming back in. We're starting to see that flow back to maybe our weekly mid-range zone, especially with fundamental support. So, what do we see here? Bullish engulfing candle. That's a lower time frame. What? Push to the upside because it broke area of sensitivity, aka previous high and a zone. What's after a push to the upside? Exhaustion to the downside. Okay, let's take a look here. We may actually find entry here. Okay. Boom. Boom.
It's satisfying when you're putting your stuff on and it's exactly the same as mine.
Yeah, that's satisfying, eh? All right. Okay, great. We're looking for entry confirmation, team. Okay, so price action confirmation is this. This is a bullish candle on the 4H. We have multiple pin confirmation. It's not a bullish engulfing candle, but it's breaking area of sensitivity, creating new highs. Okay, so we know that this is a strong impulse move of buy pressure after exhaustion. So now we take it to the 1 hour time frame. What does this look like? pretty strong exhaustion, right? Which means we're going to adjust and look for double confirmation before an entry to the upside. We can also see price is making lower lows. Okay, so this is a minor impulse move. We're looking for a retest and a buy and an entry to the upside. So if you are a breakout trader, you want to place it just above this trend line. If you are a limit order trader, you're going to want to wait. It could be, I would even place a buy limit order down here, 1.255. Okay. I do believe that price will retest. We already saw that impulse with this bullish candle. Okay. And if you're like me, we're going to wait for price action confirmation at double confirmation. So either a significant pin bar or bullish engulfing candle before entry to the upside. Okay. So assuming that the spread, I'm going to double check, but assuming that the spread is good, keep your eye on this one. Okay.
Will do.
All right. So what's our target going to look like? Okay, now we're going to look at previous. We're looking at mid-range area sensitivity. Boom, you can see horizontal sell and buy sensitivity there. Take it to the weekly time frame for a closer look. As you can see, buy pressure, sell pressure, buy pressure. Okay, across the board. So we have now TP1. Okay, TP1, boom, slightly low. SL is going to be where? I definitely would love to be below the zone here, but we can't be with our risk reward ratio being not optimal.
Just be low there.
I would like to be beneath this downtrend as well. 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3. Okay, so
yeah, we can put this stop loss lower.
Yeah. Yeah, Raymond, we literally just opened the account yesterday. We haven't even made our first trade on that account. Telegram group will be up pretty soon here. Yeah, pound euro is an interesting one. For some of you who do have pound euro on your broker, okay, be careful of the spread. For some of you, you might not, okay? That's just the way it is. We have pound euro here. I need to figure out what the spread is on this one though, okay? So team, that's it for today's FXG live session, okay? What's going to happen now is that because this has been recorded for you all, this Zoom call will end so that the FXG live session could get uploaded. And then another Zoom link right after that will be posted where then you can all, and I hope you do, decide to join me as I work and continue to do my work and monitor potential entry. Okay, so appreciate you all joining me today in the morning and today for live session. Love you all. Keep rocking. Okay, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, chat soon. Bye. Awesome. And for those of you watching, I appreciate it as well. I'll be back in we're back. Let's get some music going.
I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's robbing. Tasting with the fade, not the hair, my hands rockin'. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's not. Yeah, I'm not the same. Think the money made me change, nothing else to blame. Bougie stuck up in my way, singing Gucci gang. Gucci gang, think I'm Gucci Mane. I'm just playing in the cut, I got my veins on. I'm not selfish, I get on and put my mans on. Always greedy since the day I got my first ace. 5'7", but I'm 6'8" when I spend on the money pals. Need a money counter, I broke my thumb from dumbing down. Wifey on my line, she told me to dumb it down. Mama on my line, asking how I'm dumbing out. I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's robbing. Tasting with the fade, not the hair, my hands rockin'. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's not. Get it out my way. I'm so unashamed, it's in my veins. Like my 2K green or blue, I'm not into games. It's on your player's face while I'm stacking change. We throw out what you got on your whole Kool-Aid. Every time I drop it, I can make the screw face. I can't stand to be around people who are two-faced. I can't stand to do some business if you're too late. I beat the beat of defeated. I beat the beat of mistreated. I beat the odds deleted. On top, more D. No rock star with these leather pants. I'm AC/DC. When I die back, they love me, but hate me when I'm breathing. I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, it's running. Tyson with the fade, not the hair, my hands rockin'. When I link with ballpoint. I think you only love me cause I'm poppin'. This a layup, this a rebound, then it's robbing. Tyson with the fade, not the hair, my hands rockin'. When I link with ballpoint, you know it's not. Yeah. Heading back to what used to be home. Passing by those little towns I know so well. Stopping for gas and then I'm behind the wheel again. Driving this like a spiritual lens where every mile is a new beginning and every bend holds a new end. Eyes on the road to lose control. I'm skating fast to chase my soul. I'm trying to get away. Running through emotions high and low. Holding on to letting go. I'm fighting another day. Neon lights in the fast lane light. Riding high, reaching for the sky. I had it all but lost and fell back down again. Spent my time playing the game where every single day was a losing battle and every drink was a dead end. And eyes on the goal to lose control. I'm living fast, I lost my soul. I'm trying to get away. Running through emotions high and low. Holding on to letting go. I'm fighting another day. How did I get caught? The walls are caving in. lost my soul. I'm trying to get away. Running through emotions high and low, holding on to letting go. I'm fighting another day. Eyes on the road, I lose control. I'm speeding fast to chase my soul. I'm trying to get away. Running through emotions high and low, holding on and letting go. I'm fighting another day. Getting back to what used to be home. For every mile is a new beginning, and every bit goes a new end. time, don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time that you wanna fight me. Halfway out at the door of a club, playing so long the weekend, staying back to Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I'm strong, couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold, too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think we're the best. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful, beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise. Met you in the doorway. I'm a friend, never thought I would see you this simple. Hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I possess it. Got sober, it was over, but I told her I'll do it all over again. At your place or spring break, a heartache, I'll do it all over and I tell you too, say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, not before.
It doesn't even make sense what I think about you. It was only one night, only that time, and it's not my style to be caught up in the middle like this. 'Cause now I dream about you. I was probably too drunk, it's blurry, but I've got the image of you running circles in my mind right now. And it could fade away, but it probably won't. And I should let it be. But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I'll drown, but what can I do? And it would be alright to let me down. Rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you.
It doesn't even make sense why we try to fight it. Every time that we touch, the room caught on fire. We could blame it on the wine, but we know that we will both be lying. I wish I didn't want you. I was doing just fine, the way that it was. Then you hand me these emotions, didn't want them, but I guess that I'm stuck with them. They could go away, but I know they won't, and I should let it be. But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I'll drown, but what can I do? And it will be alright to let me down. Rather we try than let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive
was only one night, only that time, and it's not my style to be caught up in the middle like this.
But I'm gonna dive into you. And maybe I'll try what can I do? And it will be alright. So let me know while we try to let these feelings slide. So I'm gonna dive into you. Dive into you.
You mean to take them out? You mean to take them out? Prescription? Okay. Yeah. You got it. Sounds good. Okay. All right, everybody. Hope you all have a great day. Thank you so much for joining me. And see you all tomorrow.